When a struggling dishwasher gave away her last bowl of soup to two hungry kids, she never imagined what would happen next. 15 years later, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her tiny house, and what stepped out would make her knees buckle. But before we get to that moment, you need to know who she really was and why the world tried to erase her. Because what happened in that little diner? It didn't just save two children. It changed the course of three lives forever. The neighborhood was still. Morning sunlight crept slowly over the rooftops, melting the frost on mailbox lids and bathing the cracked sidewalks in a soft golden hue. Birds chirped faintly, children's backpacks sat by doors, and front lawns glistened with dew. It was just another quiet Monday morning in Maplewood Crescent, until the silence shattered. The low, throaty rumble of a powerful engine rolled through the street like thunder. Curtains twitched open. Coffee mugs were paused mid-air. Dogs barked at the sudden disturbance. Every head turned toward the noise. A sleek black Rolls-Royce crept around the corner, polished like obsidian, the silver spirit of ecstasy gleaming proudly on its hood. It moved with purpose, its tinted windows hiding whoever sat inside. The car glided over potholes as though floating on air before it came to a stop in front of a small, aging house at the very end of the cul-de-sac. It didn't belong here. Neighbors began to step outside, whispering with furrowed brows and curious eyes. Whose car is that? Is it a celebrity? Is someone in trouble? Inside the small house, 48-year-old Maya Collins stood in her narrow kitchen, hands submerged in lukewarm dishwater, scrubbing the same plate she had already cleaned twice. Her back ached, her fingers cracked from years of soap and scouring pads. But her mind was elsewhere. Her brother was still asleep in the room next door. The smell of toast lingered in the air. The floor creaked softly beneath her tired feet. Then she heard it. The engine's growl. Maya looked up sharply, her brows furrowed. She stepped to the small, fogged-up window above the sink and pushed aside the thin, lace curtain. The sight made her breath hitch. A Rolls-Royce, right in front of her home. Her heart skipped once, twice. She stared harder. From the back seat emerged a tall young man in a navy suit, expensive and tailored to perfection. His eyes, beneath a calm and composed exterior, shimmered with emotion. Beside him, a poised young woman stepped out, her heels clicking softly on the pavement, her sleek, black dress fluttering in the breeze. She looked like she belonged in a magazine. Yet something in her eyes, warmth, longing, grief, struck Maya's chest like a memory. The man looked around, then turned his eyes toward Maya's front door. He took a deep breath, straightened his jacket, and began walking. The woman followed closely, her hands trembling ever so slightly at her sides. Inside, Maya's breath quickened. The dish slipped from her fingers and clattered in the sink. She dried her hands on her apron slowly, deliberately, her pulse roaring in her ears. There was a strange flutter in her chest, one she hadn't felt in over a decade, a stirring of something she had long buried. Recognition. A knock came at the door, firm, gentle, measured. She walked toward it, her slippers scuffing the wooden floor. She placed a hand on the doorknob and paused. Her fingers trembled. For a moment she hesitated, staring at the chipped paint of the front door, as though behind it waited not just visitors, but the past she had spent years trying to forget. And then she opened it. The sun hit her face. The world outside felt brighter than it had a second ago. The young man and woman stood there, frozen, as if they had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. The silence between them stretched, heavy and trembling. Then the man's voice cracked the quiet, soft and reverent. "Miss Maya, do you remember us?" Her breath caught, her vision blurred. She stared at him, then at the young woman beside him. For a long moment, Time folded in on itself. Her tired eyes scanned their faces, and then she saw it. A familiar flicker in the girl's dimples. The way the man tilted his head, just like he did when he was nervous as a child. Tears began to well up. Her lips parted, but no sound came. The years fell away like autumn leaves. She pressed her hand to her chest, voice trembling as she whispered, "Dev? Lila?" Both of them nodded, eyes brimming. Maya gasped. Her knees nearly buckled. She reached out and pulled them both into her arms, holding them tight, as though trying to make up for all the lost years in one desperate embrace. How could I forget the two little angels I found behind that kitchen door on that bitter December night? They held her just as tightly. Behind them, the engine of the Rolls-Royce purred softly, like a lion waiting in patience. Neighbors watched from porches, unsure of what they were witnessing. No one moved, no one spoke. It was as if the world itself had paused to let the moment happen. Maya pulled them inside, her hands trembling as she reached for the kettle. I have to make tea. We always used to share tea, remember?" They sat around her tiny table, knees bumping against old chairs with peeling paint. Maya placed 3 mugs down, one by one. The scent of black tea filled the air, mingling with the scent of old memories. The young woman, Lila, now poised and elegant, took Maya's hand and whispered, "We've been looking for you for years." Maya wiped a tear from her cheek. As they began to talk, the past began to unspool, slow and heavy with meaning. But somewhere inside Maya, something had already shifted. Because she knew, this moment wasn't just about the past. It was the beginning of something new, something that had taken 15 long years to return to her doorstep. The Rolls-Royce had long since pulled away. The neighbors eventually returned to their lives. Lawn sprinklers clicked back on. The hum of distant traffic returned. But inside Maya Collins' little house, time still moved differently. The tea mug sat half full on the table. Silence filled the room now. But it wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the quiet after a storm of tears. The kind of stillness that follows a miracle you never dared to expect. The clock on the wall ticked gently, 9:42 a.m. Maya sat on her small couch, her apron still damp, her breath still shallow. Her eyes were fixed on the door long after it had closed behind Dev and Lila. She hadn't even noticed when they slipped an envelope into her hand. Inside, it was a simple, handwritten note. "This is only the beginning. We'll come back for you, we promise. Dev and Lila." Maya's hands trembled as she folded the note. Her chest rose and fell with slow, uneven breaths. Then, just like always, she stood. Because when life had trained you to expect nothing, even miracles felt like interruptions, and there were still dishes to wash. Her home was tiny, 2 bedrooms, one of which she shared with her brother, Terrence. The other room, technically hers, barely fit a twin bed and a dresser she'd rescued from a curbside years ago. Every morning began the same way. Wake before dawn. Toast 2 slices of bread. Make oatmeal with exactly 2 spoons of sugar. Never more, never less. Feed Terrence. Help him dress. Catch the 6:05 a.m. bus downtown. Maya worked at Crescent Cafe, a modest diner tucked behind a gas station. She wasn't a waitress or a cook. Those were positions they gave to the younger ones. She scrubbed trays, cleaned toilets, took out garbage, and sometimes, if she finished fast enough, she'd help restock the front shelves. Her paycheck came in brown envelopes every 2 weeks. No direct deposit, no benefits. But it was honest work, and Maya was used to hard work. She always had been. No one really knew who she was. At the diner, they called her Miss M. She never talked about her past, never mentioned her age, though her hands and her spine told the truth better than any calendar could. The younger waitresses gossiped in the back room, scrolling on their phones, laughing at Instagram videos. Maya kept her head down. She ate alone. she walked home alone. And when she came back to her little house each evening, back to peeling wallpaper and flickering lights, she'd quietly lower herself onto the couch, cup of tea in hand, and stare at the blank television screen. The only photo on her wall was faded. Two children wrapped in winter coats, smiling through chapped lips and frozen cheeks. She never told anyone who they were. She didn't have to. Because every night Maya whispered their names before she slept. Development. Lila. I hope you're safe. I hope someone out there was kind to you. Life hadn't been kind to Maya. At 11, she lost her mother to an overdose. At 14, she was separated from her brother and passed through 5 foster homes in 2 years. At 17, she dropped out of high school to care for Terrence, who was finally reunited with her, but with permanent neurological damage. Since then, nothing had been easy, but she had never once taken what wasn't hers, never once expected handouts, and never once turned her back on someone who needed help, even when she had nothing, even when it cost her everything. Sometimes, on her rare day off, Maya would take the bus to the edge of town, where the richer neighborhoods began. She'd walk past the fancy grocery stores with shiny carts and sparkling floors. She'd watch couples sip lattes at sidewalk cafes. She never felt bitter. She just wondered what it felt like to sit for an hour without rushing, to eat a meal you didn't have to cook, to feel full. Then, she'd return home, make grilled cheese with stale bread, and smile at Terrence while they watched reruns of cartoons from the 90s. But today was different. Today, something had cracked. After Dev and Lila left, Maya couldn't bring herself to finish the dishes. She sat on the floor, arms wrapped around her knees, staring at the spot where they stood. The young man in that custom suit. The young woman in those heels and pearls. Those were her babies. The same children she fed behind the restaurant's dumpster 15 years ago. The same ones who once handed her a paper flower and whispered, "You're our angel." And now they were grown, successful, elegant, and they remembered her. They came back for her. That single thought echoed in her chest, again and again, louder than anything else. They remembered me. She didn't know what they wanted, or what would happen next. But somehow, after years of gray skies, Maya felt the first glimpse of dawn. Later that night, she tucked Terrence into bed. She kissed his forehead, dimmed the lights, and closed the door softly behind her. Then she returned to her own tiny room, sat at the edge of the bed, and opened the envelope again. This time, another slip of paper fell out, one she hadn't noticed before. It wasn't handwritten. It was printed. "Tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. A car will be waiting. Please come. We want to show you something." Dev and Lila Maya clutched the note to her chest. Tears slipped down her cheeks silently, sliding into the fabric of her nightgown. For the first time in years, she whispered a prayer. Not for protection, not for strength, but for the courage to hope again. The wind howled down the alleyways like a wild animal that winter. Maplewood had always been cold in December, but that year it wasn't just the temperature that bit skin, it was the loneliness. The kind that curled beneath your clothes and settled inside your bones. It was the kind of cold that punished the poor. And Maya Collins was broke. She had just finished her 3rd shift in 24 hours. The diner had cut her hours the week before. The nursing home job let her go. Budget issues, they said. So she picked up night janitorial work at the mall. Paid in cash, off the books. No union, no breaks, just buckets and bleach and silence. She walked home in the dark that night, her sneakers soaked through from slush. Her jacket, secondhand, too small, barely clung to her shoulders. Her breath puffed out in clouds as she hugged herself tightly, cringing with each gust. She hadn't eaten since morning. There was half a loaf of bread waiting for her at home, maybe some rice. She crossed the same alley she always did, an ugly shortcut behind the restaurant district. Trash bins overflowed. Rats skittered in the shadows. No one lingered here. But that night, something stopped her. A sound. Not a rat, not wind. A whimper. Maya froze. She turned her head slowly toward the far end of the alley. At first, she thought it was just wind playing tricks. Then she heard it again, clearer. A child, crying. Her heart dropped. She stepped cautiously forward, eyes scanning the shadows. She rounded the back of a dumpster, and there, curled up behind a stack of milk crates, were two children, a boy and a girl. No older than 6 or 7. The girl's arm was wrapped tightly around the boy's shoulders, shielding him from the wind. Her coat was thin and damp, and the boy had no gloves. His lips were blue. Their shoes didn't match. They looked up at her with wide, terrified eyes. The girl didn't speak. She just held the boy tighter and moved as if to shield him from Maya too. "It's okay," Maya whispered, her voice trembling. "I'm not here to hurt you." She knelt down, keeping her movements slow, careful, as if approaching a wounded bird. "Are you two alone?" The girl nodded. The boy shivered violently, burying his face in her side. Maya's heart clenched. She'd seen abandoned children before, but there was something in these two, the quiet dignity of the girl, the desperate trust in the boy, that hit her differently. "Where are your parents?" she asked gently. Silence. Then the girl murmured, voice barely audible. "They left. They said they'd be back. It's been 2 days." Maya bit her lip. She blinked fast, trying to keep the tears down. Not now, not in front of them. She looked around. No coats, no backpacks, no food, just 2 kids huddled behind a dumpster, trying not to die. She took them home that night. She didn't ask for permission. She didn't think twice. Her apartment was tiny, just 1 room, 1 mattress, and a space heater that worked half the time. But that night, Maya split her last 2 slices of bread 3 ways. She gave them the only 2 clean blankets she had. She sat up all night watching them breathe, her back pressed against the wall, heart hammering like a drum. And when the boy woke crying at 2 a.m., she wrapped him in her arms and hummed a lullaby she hadn't sung since she was a child herself. "You're safe," she whispered. "You're safe now." The next morning, she made oatmeal with the last of the sugar. The children didn't speak much, but when Maya handed the boy his bowl, he looked up at her with solemn eyes and whispered, "Thank you, angel lady." That was the moment. Not when she found them, not when she fed them, but right then, hearing that small voice call her angel. That was when Maya made a decision. She wouldn't let them go, no matter what. Over the next 2 weeks, she called shelters. None would take all 3 of them. She tried social services. The moment she mentioned the children weren't hers, they threatened to dispatch a field agent. Maya hung up before giving her address. She worked nights, left crackers by their pillows. She taught the girl how to braid her hair. She showed the boy how to warm his socks over the heater. She began to believe, somehow, that this could last. But it didn't. Nothing good ever stayed. 3 weeks later, a neighbor reported her. Social workers came. They didn't ask questions. They took the children that same day. The girl clutched Maya's hand until the last second, screaming. The boy sobbed so hard he threw up in the social worker's car. "No, please don't let them take us." Maya chased the car barefoot for half a block before collapsing in the snow, her voice hoarse from screaming. She never saw them again. Until yesterday. As Maya lay in bed that night 15 years later, staring at the ceiling, she whispered the words she had carried like prayer beads in her heart for over a decade. I really tried." She closed her eyes, feeling the old grief and the new hope intertwine like smoke. Because now they were back, and they wanted her to come with them, tomorrow at 10 a.m., a car would be waiting. But Maya couldn't help wonder, would they still want her after they learned what she had done? Maya barely slept that night. She kept checking the clock every hour, eyes flicking to the glowing digits, heart pounding, like it was trying to climb out of her chest. 9 a.m. She sat on the edge of her bed, her worn shoes neatly placed in front of her. The house was silent except for the faint buzz of the old refrigerator. Terrence was still sleeping. She had left him a note. Going out, back soon. There's cereal. Don't wait up. The note shook in her fingers as she taped it to the fridge. She didn't own fancy clothes. She hadn't worn makeup in years. Her coat had a tear beneath the left arm, and her scarf was faded blue, almost gray. Still, she stood tall as she walked to the door. She took one last look at the chipped paint on the walls, the photographs, the life she'd built out of scraps. And then she stepped outside. A black town car was waiting at the curb. Not a Rolls-Royce this time, but still sleek, expensive. The kind of car Maya would normally walk past without looking twice, assuming it was for someone else. The driver stepped out immediately. He wore a tailored suit, dark sunglasses, and had a polite but unreadable face. "Ms. Collins," he asked, holding the door open. She nodded, her throat too dry to speak. She ducked into the back seat, heart thudding in her ears. The car ride felt like being carried through a dream. They passed neighborhoods Maya had never been to. Areas where the sidewalks were clean, where the garbage trucks made their rounds on time, and the houses looked like magazine covers. Children played behind tall iron gates. Joggers ran with wireless earbuds and sparkling water bottles. Maya sat with her hands folded in her lap, her eyes wide and unsure. I don't belong here, she thought. This isn't my world. But then she remembered the note. We want to show you something. And so she kept breathing, 1 second at a time. 40 minutes later, the car pulled into a long private drive flanked by tall trees. At the end stood a white building with glass walls and ivy climbing up the sides. A woman in a beige suit waited by the door. As Maya stepped out, the woman smiled warmly. Ms. Collins, welcome. Dev and Lila are waiting for you inside. Inside, the building looked more like a sanctuary than an office. Warm lighting, walls lined with children's art, shelves filled with books and educational toys. A large plaque on the far wall read, "The Willow Foundation, no child left behind ever." Maya stared. Then Dev appeared, walking briskly down the hallway toward her. He wasn't wearing a suit today, just a soft sweater and jeans. But he looked just as powerful, just as quietly confident. "You came," he said, his voice full of something between awe and relief. She nodded slowly. I didn't know if I should, she whispered. I wasn't sure I'd still be... Welcome. He looked stunned. Maya, you saved our lives. And then, just behind him, Lila emerged. She was still as radiant as the day before, taller now, but still with those deep, steady eyes that once scanned dumpsters for scraps. She walked right up to Maya, took her hand and whispered, We built all of this because of you. They brought her to a conference room, not to interrogate her, not to honor her, but to explain, to tell her what had happened after that day, the day they were taken away. Lila spoke first. We were separated at first, different foster homes. I cried every night. Dev stopped speaking completely. Maya's hand trembled. She couldn't meet their eyes. But one day, Lila continued, we were reunited in a group home. We made a promise that night, that when we grew up, we'd help kids like us. We said, we'll be the family someone else didn't get to be, Dev added softly. And we never forgot the woman who fed us her last meal behind that diner, who gave us a bed when she had none, who stayed awake all night just to keep us warm. They showed her pictures of the shelters they'd built, the mobile food trucks they ran, the legal team they funded to protect exploited children. A whole world Maya never imagined, all somehow growing out of that one winter night in a back alley. Maya tried to speak. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Finally, she choked. "I didn't do enough. I let them take you. I should have fought harder." Dev took her hand, firm and kind. "You gave us what no one else would have risked, your heart. That was enough, more than enough." Lila nodded, her voice steady but thick with tears. "You gave us hope when we were invisible to the world." Then Dev handed her a folder. Inside were documents. One was a job offer from the foundation, Director of Community Outreach. Another was a deed to a house, a real house with a garden and a sunroom, and enough space for her and Terrence to live with dignity. She looked up, stunned. "Why?" Lila smiled. "Because you always belonged in the light. You just didn't have the map to get here." Maya broke down sobbing. Not the quiet tears she had trained herself to cry. These were full, raw sobs, 15 years of silent pain spilling out all at once. Dev and Lila sat with her. No cameras, no reporters, just three people. Reunited not by blood, but by love. And for the first time in a long, long time, Maya believed she was home. The house was too quiet. Maya sat alone in the sunroom Dev and Lila had shown her just 2 days ago. Sunlight filtered through soft white curtains, casting golden patterns on the hardwood floor. In front of her sat an unopened cardboard box, the one she hadn't touched in years. She had sealed it shut the day she moved into that one-bedroom apartment after losing her job at the nursing home. It had followed her through every eviction, every shelter, every borrowed floor to sleep on. But she had never opened it, not until now. Her fingers trembled as she peeled the packing tape back. Inside, a stack of old letters, newspaper clippings, and one faded photograph. 2 kids, laughing. A boy and a girl. 10 and 11. Her and Terrence. Back when the world still felt like it had second chances. Maya held the photo for a long time. She traced the boy's face with her thumb. Those wide eyes, that crooked smile. He used to follow her everywhere, dragging a stuffed raccoon by the tail. He had night terrors for years after their mom died. Maya would sit beside his bed, stroking his hair until he fell asleep. And then came the system. Foster homes, splits, transfers, paperwork. One day, Terrence was just gone. They said he got placed. She was told it was better for both of them. But she knew the truth. They were just numbers, files to move around. No one cared if they ever saw each other again. She pulled out a wrinkled sheet of notebook paper. It was a letter, one she'd written but never mailed, addressed to Terrence. "Hey kid, I'm sorry they took you. I didn't know how to stop them. I swear I looked. I called. I begged. I even showed up at that big..." Dev noticed her the moment she stepped in. "You okay?" he asked. She hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Do you have someone who can help me find someone?" He didn't ask who. He didn't need to. Within 2 hours, the Willow Foundation had assigned her a legal investigator. A tall woman named Carla with a steel voice and a soft heart. She asked Maya only one thing. "Do you want to know the truth, even if it hurts?" And Maya, finally ready, whispered, "Yes." The search took 3 weeks. Every day, Maya woke up with a knot in her stomach, wondering if she had made a mistake. Wondering if maybe Terrence had forgotten her. Or worse, if he blamed her. On the 22nd day, Carla called. "I found him." Maya's hands shook as she held the phone. "Is he okay? Where is he? Does he..." "No." Carla paused. then answered gently, "He's been looking for you too." The next morning, a knock came at the door. Maya opened it and time stopped. There he was, a man now, taller, leaner, but the same eyes, the same jaw, the same crooked smile she remembered from that old photograph. For a full second, they didn't speak. Then Terence whispered, "You kept it." She looked down. The letter was still in her hand. They embraced. Longer than either of them had ever hugged anyone in years. He held her like someone holding a life raft. She held him like someone who had finally woken up from a nightmare. They sat on the porch for hours, talking, laughing, crying, unpacking years of stories, foster homes, first jobs, scars no one else had seen. And then Maya said something she had carried like a stone in her chest for years. "I thought I failed you." Terence shook his head. His voice broke. "You didn't. You were the only one who ever really tried." That night, Maya placed the letter back in the box. But this time, she wrote a new one. To herself, a vow. "I will never bury my pain again. I will use it. I will speak for the girls no one defends. I will fight for the boys who disappear. I will be the voice I never had." Because some letters are never sent, but they still find their way home. The invitation came in a gold-trimmed envelope, hand-delivered by a courier in a navy blazer. Maya opened it slowly, eyes scanning the words again and again. The city of Baltimore cordially invites Maya Collins as guest of honor at the Mayor's Annual Civic Awards. Your years of quiet service, sacrifice, and compassion have made a difference that can no longer be ignored. Below that, embossed in soft ink, "You are the reason children believe in kindness again." Maya sat in silence for a long time. The invitation lay flat in her lap, but her thoughts were anything but calm. She had spent most of her life in the background, invisible, uninvited. And now, this? Her first instinct was to say no. She didn't like attention. She didn't trust it. The last time people gathered around her, it was to evict her from her job, to call her unfit, to take children away from her arms. But Dev and Lila both encouraged her. "You earned this," Lila said softly, resting a hand on her shoulder. "This isn't about showing off," Dev added. "It's about telling the truth, the kind of truth people need to hear." The day of the event arrived. Maya stood in front of the mirror, smoothing down the dress Lila had picked out for her. It was soft beige, simple, elegant. She hardly recognized herself. Terence stood behind her, grinning. "You look like someone with a Netflix documentary," she laughed through nerves. "You sure I won't trip over my own feet? If you do, just pretend it's a dance move." The ceremony was held at the City Hall Auditorium, grand, historic, packed wall to wall with reporters, civic leaders, and philanthropists. Banners lined the walls, each showing images of local heroes, teachers, nurses, shelter directors, community organizers, and, at the center, a photo of Maya, Candidate, her holding a child's hand outside a mobile soup kitchen. Maya stood backstage, heart in her throat. She could hear the mayor's voice echoing from the podium. "Tonight, we recognize those who never asked for applause, who changed lives not with power, but with presence. And there is one woman here tonight who gave her last meal to 2 hungry strangers, who sheltered children who had no names, who fought for others when she had nothing for herself, and who reminds us that quiet acts of love are what build a city's soul." Maya stepped out into the spotlight, and for the first time in her life, people stood, hundreds of them, standing, clapping, some even crying. Maya couldn't speak at first. Her throat was tight. But then, she saw Dev and Lila in the front row, hands joined. She saw Terence holding up his phone with a proud smile. And she knew. This moment wasn't just hers. It belonged to every person who had ever been unseen. She approached the podium, took a breath, and began. I don't have fancy words. I'm not a politician or a CEO. I used to wash dishes in a diner that doesn't exist anymore. But I saw hunger in the eyes of two kids one night, and I gave them what little I had. Because someone once did that for me. I didn't think it would change anything. I just knew I couldn't walk away. The room was silent. You could hear people sniffle softly. Maya continued. I've been homeless. I've been alone. I've been told I didn't matter. But I'm here, and tonight, I want every child in this city to know you matter, even if they forget your name, even if they take away your home. You still matter. As applause erupted, Maya stepped back. The mayor handed her a crystal plaque. For courage and compassion, it read. She held it close, but not like a trophy, like a memory, like a reminder of every night she cried herself to sleep, wondering if her kindness had meant anything. Now she knew. But just as she descended the steps from the stage, she froze. Her eyes landed on someone standing near the back. A woman, late 60s, gray coat, familiar eyes. Eyes Maya hadn't seen in almost 4 decades. Her breath caught. Her voice dropped. Mom? The woman hesitated. Her hands trembled. Then she stepped forward. Tears streamed down her face. I didn't know how to find you, the woman whispered. They told me you were adopted. I begged. I searched. But the system said I had no right. Maya's world tilted. Years of abandoned hope, of assuming the worst, collapsed in an instant. Why now? Maya whispered, her voice cracking. Because I saw your name on the news, her mother said. And I knew. That's my daughter. They embraced, tight, shaking, not perfect, not polished, but real. 2 broken hearts finding each other in the middle of a public stage. The crowd didn't matter. The cameras didn't matter. In that moment, only love did. The diner was still there, or at least the bones of it were. Maya stood across the street in the early morning light, the cold wind brushing against her face, scarf tight around her neck. It had been 15 years, 15 long, brutal, beautiful years. The sign was crooked, the windows boarded, paint chipped and peeled like forgotten stories. But to her, it was sacred ground. This was the place where 2 hungry children changed the entire trajectory of her life, where she gave away her last meal and unknowingly planted the seed of something far greater than survival. She crossed the street slowly, hand running along the rusted metal edge of the door. The padlock was still there. But this time she had the key. Inside, the dust was thick, but the memories, vivid. She could still see herself behind the counter, hair tied back, apron stained, feet aching. She remembered the booth where the kids had sat, faces thin, eyes too old for their age. She remembered the way the boy refused to cry, the way the girl looked up at her with a trembling smile as she pushed the plate forward. Just a sandwich. But that night, it had been everything. Maya walked to that same booth and sat down. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in years, she let the silence speak. Later that afternoon, Terrence met her there. He ducked under the half-broken entrance with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. You sure about this? He asked, brushing a cobweb from his jacket. Maya nodded. It's time. They spent weeks cleaning the place. Dev brought volunteers from the foundation. Lila handled permits and paperwork. And a group of neighborhood teens, once labeled troubled, painted the walls with bright colors and quiet pride. The community rallied around her, not because of fame, but because she had once seen them when no one else did. Now they were returning the gaze. 6 months later, the closed sign was gone. In its place, a new one. The Lighthouse Cafe where no one eats alone. The grand reopening was quiet. No red carpet, no press. Just Maya. An old radio playing soul music and a line of people wrapped around the block. Some came for the food. Some came for the warmth. But most came because they'd heard the story of a dishwasher who gave away her last sandwich, of two orphans who grew up and never forgot, of a woman who had every reason to give up and chose to give. Inside, the booths were full. A young mother cried softly as her child ate in peace. An elderly man handed Maya a rose and whispered, "You helped my niece when no one else would." And in the far corner sat the boy and girl, now grown, Dev and Lila, watching her, eyes full of quiet joy. Later that evening, as the cafe emptied out, Maya walked outside to breathe in the cool night air. A soft light spilled from the windows behind her, casting long shadows on the pavement. Terrence joined her, a cup of tea in his hands. "Do you ever think about that night?" he asked. She smiled gently. "Every day." "You saved their lives," he said. She looked back at the cafe. "No, they saved mine." Just then, headlights glowed down the road. A long black car pulled up. Not a limo, not this time. It was a bus, a small white school bus, with the words Lighthouse Outreach written on the side. The door opened, and out stepped 7 kids, tired, hungry, but safe. Maya held the door open wide as they walked in. No questions asked, no papers signed, just warm food and warmer arms. And so the diner became more than a cafe. It became a beacon, a place where light met shadow, where stories began again. And every plate served came with something far greater than food. It came with hope. Because once upon a time, a struggling dishwasher gave away her last meal. And 15 years later, a city gave her a legacy. The helicopter came just after sunrise. The thumping of its blades shattered the early morning silence over East Baltimore like a drum roll before a miracle. People came outside in their pajamas. Phones pointed at the sky. Children stopped their bikes. A neighbor dropped his coffee. And inside the Lighthouse Cafe, Maya looked up. For a moment, she froze, because something deep in her chest remembered that sound. Not from joy, from fear, from the night they took the children. Terrence burst through the kitchen doors, apron still on. "Maya, someone just said the chopper's landing here." Maya stepped out the front door. Her heart raced. Was this another cruel twist of fate? A media stunt? Or worse, some government agency arriving too late to punish something already healed? But then, she saw it. On the side of the helicopter, L&J Foundation, Emergency Relief. And stepping out first was Dev, wearing a clean navy suit, wind in his curls, clipboard in hand. Then Lila, in jeans and a hoodie, smiling wide. The crowd gasped, and before anyone could say a word, a massive truck pulled up behind the cafe. Volunteers jumped out. They began unloading crates, generators, portable kitchen gear, blankets, medical kits. It was an operation. Not for show, for service. Dev grabbed a megaphone and stepped onto a crate. "Good morning, neighbors. My name is Dev, and this is Lila. You don't know us, but years ago, a woman fed us when no one else would. That act didn't just save our bodies. It gave us a mission. Starting today, this block becomes the first official site of the Lighthouse Relief Network. Mobile kitchens, job training, free housing services, youth mentorship, not just for Baltimore, but from Baltimore." Maya stood at the edge of the crowd, tears streaming down her face. People began cheering, clapping, hugging one another. The same neighborhood that once looked at her with suspicion, now looked at her like she was the reason the sun rose. But the most emotional moment wasn't the speech. It came minutes later. When Lila took Maya's hand, pulled her gently aside and handed her a sealed envelope. "We kept this from you because we wanted it to be real before we told you." Maya opened it slowly. Inside, a legal document. "Maya Collins is hereby appointed chairwoman of the Lighthouse Relief Board," she gasped. "What?" Lila nodded. "You gave us our first meal. Now we're giving you your own table." But then, Maya noticed something else. Another paper, shorter, more personal, a handwritten letter, folded, yellowed at the edges. It began, "Dear Ms. Collins, you don't know me, but I've known you for years. I was in the truck the night you gave away your last meal. I was the delivery boy, the one who saw you cry in the freezer. I never forgot you. That moment changed me. It made me believe there were still good people left." Maya read it over and over, hands trembling. The letter ended like this: "Greater than I made it out. I got an education. I now work for the governor's office. And I was the one who nominated you for the mayor's award. I just wanted you to know. Your light reached farther than you ever imagined." Maya folded the letter against her chest, looking up at the sky as the helicopter lifted off again. The sun had fully risen now, golden light pouring across the rooftops. A reporter approached her. "Ma'am, can I ask, what does it feel like, knowing your kindness built all this?" Maya smiled gently. Her voice was soft. "It feels like peace, like knowing every no in my life was leading to a bigger yes. And like maybe I wasn't invisible after all." As the crowd dispersed and the cafe reopened its doors, a small girl tugged at Maya's apron. "Miss Maya?" she asked shyly. "Yes, sweetheart." "Are you the lady from the helicopter?" Maya knelt down with a smile. "No, baby. The helicopter wasn't for me. It was for all of us. Guys, thanks for watching this story. I hope you liked it. Let me know about your thoughts in the comment section." Daniel Carter wasn't the type to take risks. But on a crisp autumn morning, he packed a tent, grabbed his son Jacob, and set out for one of the most dangerous peaks in the Rockies. They never came back. For 11 months, search teams found nothing. No footprints, no gear, no trace of where they'd gone. Until a ranger climbed a cliff and looked inside an eagle's nest. What he found there would haunt him forever. Before continuing this amazing story, let us know, where are you watching from today? Let's begin our story. Daniel Carter stared at the worn dashboard of his old Ford pickup as the sun dipped behind the rolling California hills. In the passenger seat, his 9-year-old son Jacob sat with his legs tucked up, sketching in a small, spiral-bound notebook. Every few minutes, Jacob would look up, grin, and point out something. A bird on a fence post, the outline of a distant mountain, the way the clouds looked like giant ships floating across the sky. For months, Daniel had been promising Jacob this trip. Life had gotten in the way, work deadlines, bills piling up, a faulty water heater that ate into his weekends. But when he'd seen the boy's disappointment every time plans fell through, Daniel had decided no more delays. They were going to Yosemite, just the two of them. "This weekend's all yours, buddy," Daniel said, glancing at Jacob. The boy beamed. "Even if I want to spend all day looking for eagles," Daniel laughed. "Especially if you want to spend all day looking for eagles." Jacob had been fascinated by eagles ever since his third-grade teacher brought in a wildlife book. He'd memorized every fact: their wingspan, their nesting habits, how they could spot prey from 2 miles away. And now, he wanted to see one for himself. As they pulled into the campground, the evening air was crisp and sharp with the scent of pine. A few campers sat around fires, the orange glow flickering against their faces. Daniel and Jacob set up their small tent under a towering cedar tree, the sound of a nearby river murmuring in the distance. That night, lying side by side in sleeping bags, they whispered about the trail they'd take in the morning. The mist trail, past Vernal Falls, maybe even up toward Nevada Falls if they felt adventurous. Jacob's voice slowed as sleep pulled at him, but before drifting off, he said something Daniel would remember later. "Dad, do you think eagles ever watch us the way we watch them?" Morning came with a chill and the distant call of a hawk. They packed light, water, trail mix sandwiches, Jacob's sketchbook, and the white sun hat Daniel insisted his son wear. The brim was a little frayed from years of summer trips, but it made Jacob look like an adventurer from one of his storybooks. The trail was alive with other hikers, some stopping to take photos, others huffing up the steeper sections. Jacob waved to nearly everyone they passed, his enthusiasm drawing smiles. At one point, a tourist from Texas took their photo after hearing they were on an eagle hunt. But as they climbed, the crowds thinned. The mist from the falls clung to their jackets, and the roar of water grew louder. They stopped to eat halfway up, sitting on a sun-warmed boulder. Daniel snapped a picture of Jacob pretending to scan the horizon with his hands, like binoculars. That's when they heard it, a sound that didn't belong. It was faint, a sharp, high cry that cut through the noise of the waterfall. Jacob froze. "Dad, that's not a hawk." Daniel listened. Another cry, farther off this time. He shrugged it off as an eagle or osprey. But later, he'd admit to himself that it had sounded different. They pressed on, taking a less traveled spur off the main trail. Here, the forest grew denser, shadows pooling between the trees. Jacob walked ahead, pointing out claw marks on a tree trunk, a feather caught in a bush. Daniel, a few steps behind, felt the quiet settle heavy around them. Somewhere above, a bird circled. Its shadow passed over the trail. Wide wings, slow and deliberate. Jacob looked up, eyes wide. "It's huge." Daniel shaded his eyes. But by the time he spotted it, the bird had already disappeared behind a cliff face. It was the last time anyone saw them. That evening, when they didn't return to the campground, other hikers assumed they'd taken a long route back. But by nightfall, Daniel's wife, Emily, had called the park office. She knew her husband's punctuality. If he said they'd be back by dinner, they would be, unless something had happened. Within hours, rangers were combing the trails with flashlights. The forest was silent, except for the rush of the river. No calls for help, no answers when they shouted their names. By morning, the search had widened. Helicopters scanned the valley, their spotlights sweeping over granite cliffs and tangled undergrowth. Volunteers joined the effort, walking in grid patterns, calling out into the stillness. But there was nothing. No broken branches, no dropped backpack, no footprints beyond a certain point. It was as though Daniel and Jacob Carter had simply stepped off the trail and vanished. That night, as the search teams regrouped, one ranger, a 17-year veteran of Yosemite, stared at the last photo taken of them by the Texan tourist. Daniel was smiling. Jacob was tipping his white sun hat toward the camera. And far, far above them in the frame, just at the edge of focus, a dark shape with wide wings hovered in the sky. By the third day, the search for Daniel and Jacob Carter had become the largest rescue operation Yosemite had seen in nearly a decade. More than 50 volunteers, a dozen park rangers, 2 search dogs, and a helicopter with infrared cameras swept the valley and surrounding cliffs. But the deeper they searched, the stranger the trail became. It started with something small, a single hiking boot. It was found in a patch of undergrowth near the base of a cliff, more than a mile from the mist trail. The boot was caked in mud, the laces still tied. Inside, there was no blood, no sign of injury. But it was clearly Daniel's size. 100 feet from the boot, rangers found something else, the frayed brim of a white sun hat, caught on a branch about 8 feet off the ground. One of the rangers, Officer Mark Hanley, paused when he saw it. He'd been the one to interview Emily the night they disappeared. She had told him in a trembling voice about the hat Daniel insisted Jacob wear. The hat was lucky, she'd said. It had been passed down from Daniel's father before him. Hanley pulled it down from the branch, turning it over in his hands. The fabric was damp, but what caught his attention were the edges, frayed in a way that didn't look like weathering. They were torn, shredded. And then there were the feathers. They weren't white like the hat. They were dark brown, nearly black and long, the kind of feathers you might see on a bird with a wingspan wider than a man was tall. The search continued upward, following a narrow game trail that led toward a cliff edge. Here, the terrain changed. Less forest, more open granite and wind. From up here, you could see the valley floor far below, the ribbon of the river glinting in the sun. A volunteer called out. Something had been left on the rock. It was Jacob's sketchbook. The cover was damp, the spiral binding bent as though it had been dropped from a height. Inside, most of the pages were smeared from water, the pencil lines bleeding into the paper. But one page was still intact. It showed a drawing of an eagle. Not just any eagle. The details were precise. Hooked beak, dark feathers, piercing eyes. And in the eagle's talons, Jacob had drawn something that made every person on that cliff stop in silence. A small, stick-figure boy wearing a wide-brimmed hat. When Officer Hanley returned to base that night, he spread the clues on a table under the harsh glow of a floodlight. The boot, the hat, the feathers, the sketchbook. A veteran rescue worker leaned in, frowning. "I've seen feathers like that before," he said quietly. "Not here, but in Alaska. Bald eagles that big don't normally live in Yosemite." Hanley glanced up. "So what are we saying here? That some bird carried them off?" The man didn't answer. Meanwhile, Emily Carter sat alone in the small cabin the park had given her for the search. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. Every knock on the door made her heart lurch, only to sink again when it wasn't news of her husband and son. She kept replaying their last conversation over the phone, Jacob's voice telling her about the eagle they'd seen circling above. She had laughed at the time, telling him to get a good picture for her. Now, she couldn't stop hearing his words. "It's huge, Mom, and it's watching us." The following morning, a helicopter team reported something unusual. On a narrow ledge halfway down a cliff face, they'd spotted what looked like a nest, massive in size, built from thick branches, tucked against the rock where no human could easily reach it. From the air, they could see white bones glinting inside. It was too dangerous to attempt a landing, but from that moment, the search took a new direction. No longer were they just looking for a father and son. They were following a trail that led straight to the sky. The morning after the helicopter sighting, the search team split into 2 groups. One to continue scouring the trails, and the other to find a way to reach the mysterious nest on the cliff. Officer Hanley joined the cliff team. From the valley floor, they could see it clearly now. It wasn't just big, it was massive, almost the size of a small car, tucked in a crook of granite high above the tree line. Thick branches jutted out like jagged ribs, and every so often a shadow would pass over it, a flash of wings too fast to track. The ranger next to Hanley muttered, "I've worked here 15 years. I've never seen anything like that." Back at the command tent, Emily Carter was staring at the photograph the helicopter crew had taken of the nest. It was grainy, but she swore she could make out the brim of a hat among the tangled sticks. Her hands shook as she traced the outline with her finger. She turned to Hanley. "Please," she said, her voice raw. "Get it. Whatever it takes. Bring it to me." But climbing to the nest was no small task. The cliff face was sheer, and the granite was brittle in places. The only approach was from above, rappelling down from the ridge. Even then, there was the matter of the nest's owner. 2 days later, Hanley and a small team made the attempt. The wind screamed across the cliff edge, tugging at their ropes as they descended. Every movement sent pebbles skittering into the abyss below. Halfway down, Hanley heard it. A deep, echoing cry that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. It wasn't the high-pitched screech he expected from an eagle. It was lower, heavier, almost like the sound of wood creaking under strain. The first man to reach the nest froze. "Hanley," he called, his voice barely more than a whisper. "You're gonna want to see this." The nest was woven tight with branches as thick as a man's wrist. Inside, there were the remains of small animals, bones, fur, feathers. But there was more. The hat, the white sun hat Emily had described. Its brim was ragged, the crown sun-bleached and stained. Next to it lay Jacob's sketchbook, this time bone dry. The page on top had a fresh drawing, another eagle. But this one was different. The talons clutched, not just a stick figure boy, but also a larger figure beside him. Both wore hats. Hanley reached for the hat, but before his fingers could touch it, the shadow fell over them. The wind shifted, and in the corner of his eye, he saw the wings. They were enormous, wider than the length of a pickup truck, catching the sunlight in flashes of brown and gold. The eagle circled once, twice, and then dipped lower, the air whistling over its feathers. Hanley's heart pounded. No bird should be this big. They didn't linger. The team took the hat and the sketchbook and ascended as fast as their lines would allow. The whole way up, Hanley kept glancing over his shoulder. The eagle didn't follow, but it didn't fly away either. It just watched. When they reached the ridge, Hanley placed the hat in Emily's hands. She pressed it to her chest, eyes closing as though she could still feel Jacob in it. Then she opened the sketchbook. She didn't say a word, but her hands began to tremble. Because at the bottom of the eagle drawing, in small, messy letters, were the words, "It's not alone." The discovery of the hat and sketchbook should have been the breakthrough everyone was hoping for. But instead, it made the air around the investigation heavier. Because if Jacob drew that second figure on purpose, it meant they weren't alone out there, and whatever else was in those mountains was still there. That night, Hanley didn't sleep. He sat in the ranger station, staring at the sketchbook under the dim light of a desk lamp. Every page was a window into Jacob's last hours. Rough outlines of trees, jagged peaks, and those eagles. But on the final page, there was something different. The eagle was in the center, but behind it, among the treetops, was a shape Hanley couldn't quite name. It looked like a person, tall, hunched, its arms too long, as if the branches themselves were part of it. He shut the book and told himself it was just a child's imagination. The next morning, the search expanded into the area below the cliff. It was dangerous terrain, thick with deadfall, hidden ravines, and tangles of underbrush that caught at their clothes. Half a mile from the cliff base, one of the volunteers stopped suddenly. "Hanley, you hear that?" It was faint at first, like leaves rustling, but there was no wind. Then it came again, the creak. That same unnatural groan Hanley had heard during the climb. The noise moved, closer. The team formed a circle, scanning the trees. And that's when they saw it, not fully, not clearly, but just enough to know it wasn't an illusion. Something shifted in the shadows between two massive pines. For a split second, Hanley caught a glimpse of pale, weathered fabric, the same kind as the shirt Daniel Carter had been wearing the day they vanished. But it was 50 feet off the ground, caught on a branch, or being held there. Before anyone could react, a massive shadow swept overhead. The eagle again. But this time, it didn't circle. It dropped lower, almost skimming the treetops, before vanishing beyond the ridge. They climbed to where they saw the fabric. By the time they reached it, the branch was bare. No shirt, no trace. Just a strange, sticky residue on the bark that none of them could identify. One of the younger rangers muttered, "Feels like sap." But Hanley knew it wasn't. When they returned to base, Emily was waiting. Hanley didn't want to tell her about the figure in the trees, not yet, but she had a look in her eyes that told him she already suspected something. "They weren't just lost, were they?" she asked quietly. Hanley hesitated, and then shook his head. That evening, as the sun sank behind Yosemite's granite walls, Hanley stood alone at the cliff's edge. Somewhere out there, the eagle's nest swayed in the wind, and somewhere below, something else was moving in the trees. And now, he realized, the search wasn't about finding bodies anymore. It was about finding out what else called this place home. For weeks, the case of Daniel and Jacob Carter was little more than a whisper in the park's history. Another disappearance in the wilderness, unsolved, and slowly fading from memory. But Hanley couldn't let it go. He started hiking the ridge almost every other morning, even after the official search was called off. Not in uniform, not with a radio. Just him, a battered canteen, and the memory of a little boy's sketchbook. Most days, he found nothing. But one September morning, nearly 6 months after they vanished, Hanley froze mid-step. Up ahead, over the far ridge, a golden eagle was circling. At first, it didn't seem unusual. Yosemite's skies were full of them. But this one, it wasn't drifting like most eagles do. It was locked into a perfect, tight spiral, directly above a patch of forest Hanley knew wasn't part of any trail. He raised his binoculars. The bird's wings flashed in the sun as it banked, revealing something clutched in its talons. A strip of fabric, pale and tattered. Hanley's breath caught. It looked exactly like the sleeve from Daniel's flannel shirt. He scrambled toward the ridge, slipping on loose rock. But when he reached the top, the eagle was gone. All that remained was a strange stillness in the forest below. Not a single branch moved. It was the kind of silence that doesn't feel natural, the kind that feels watchful. Back at the ranger station, Hanley pulled out a large map of the park and started marking every spot he'd seen an eagle since the disappearance. The pattern didn't make sense at first, scattered points across miles of wilderness. But then, slowly, a shape emerged. The marks formed a rough circle, with one empty point in the center. And at that exact center, a sheer cliff face known only to climbers, one that had been closed off for years after a rock slide. Hanley remembered a story an old climber once told him, about a massive eagle's nest high up on that cliff. The climber swore it was the size of a dining table, and that once, from a distance, he thought he saw something inside it that didn't belong. Hanley didn't believe it back then, but now. That night, he couldn't stop thinking about the fabric in the eagle's talons, about the way the bird's path seemed deliberate, almost guided. He knew, if he wanted answers, there was only one place left to look: the nest. But getting there wouldn't be easy. The cliff was unstable, the approach nearly impossible without the right gear, and the moment you reached it, you'd be under the watchful eyes of the most territorial bird in North America. Still, it was the only lead he had, and maybe the last one he'd ever get. Nearly a year had passed since Daniel and Jacob Carter vanished into the heart of Yosemite. By now, the official file was closed. No more searches, no more headlines. Just another mystery swallowed by the wilderness. But for Hanley, the case didn't end. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the park was still and the mountains were just shadows, he'd think about that map, that circle of eagle sightings, and the empty point in the middle. And he knew the cliff was still there. The nest was still there. And maybe so was the truth. One cold October morning, the break came. Hanley was going through a box of old trail cam footage from a ridge near the closed-off cliff. Most of it was useless. Deer grazing, shadows moving at night. the occasional bear lumbering past. But then, frame 327, an eagle, perched at the very edge of the nest, and in its talons, dangling limp, was a white hat. Hanley froze the frame, zoomed in. The hat was dirty, frayed at the brim. But he'd seen it before. Emily Carter had shown him a photo of her husband wearing it the summer before he disappeared. It wasn't just similar. It was the hat. He could have reported it up the chain, but he didn't. He knew the response would be the same. "It's been almost a year, Hanley. Let it go." But Hanley couldn't, because in the same trail cam clip, just behind the eagle's wing, there was movement. Not the sway of a branch, not the shadow of a cloud. Something stepping back into the trees. By that evening, Hanley had packed his climbing gear, a flashlight, and the one thing Emily had asked him to carry if he ever went back out there. A silver whistle that had belonged to Jacob. The plan was simple. Reach the cliff at first light, scale it before the eagles returned, and finally see what was inside that nest. But as he stood at the base of the cliff the next morning, staring up at the jagged wall of granite, Hanley realized something. The forest was too quiet. No wind, no insects, not even the distant call of an eagle. It felt expectant, like the mountains knew he was there and were waiting. Hanley's hands were already numb before he touched the rock. The granite wall was cold, almost wet, like it had been sweating in the morning mist. He tightened his harness, looped the silver whistle through his belt, and began to climb. The first 20 feet were steady, familiar movements, practiced grips. But soon, the rock face turned jagged and unpredictable, forcing him into narrow crevices where his pack scraped against stone. Above him, the cliff bent outward, hiding the nest from view. And that's when he heard it. A single, echoing screech. He froze. Another came, closer this time, sharp enough to make his teeth ache. The eagles were returning. Hanley pushed higher, his muscles burning. He didn't dare look down. Every move forward was deliberate. Wedge a foot, shift his weight, find the next handhold. At one point, a loose stone gave way beneath his boot, tumbling into the void below. It seemed to fall forever before shattering on the rocks far beneath. Finally, his head cleared the overhang. The nest was enormous, easily 6 feet across, a tangled fortress of branches and bones. The smell hit him first, a sharp mix of feathers, decay, and something metallic. Hanley pulled himself onto the narrow ledge beside it, heart pounding. There, nestled among sticks and shredded fur, was the hat. White once, now brown with dirt, its brim torn and frayed. He reached for it, and his fingers brushed something beneath. Fabric, a piece of flannel. He began to pull it free, but it wasn't loose. It was still wrapped around something solid. A shadow passed overhead. Hanley looked up just in time to see a massive eagle swooping toward him, talons outstretched. He ducked instinctively, feeling the rush of air as the bird's wings beat inches from his head. When he looked back down, his hand was still gripping the flannel. And now, a fragment of bone was visible through the torn fabric. Hanley's breath caught. This wasn't just a nest, it was a grave. Hanley's hands were shaking so badly, he almost dropped the flannel. It wasn't just any shirt. It was the red and black one Emily had shown him in a photo, the one Jacob wore on the day they disappeared. But inside the sleeve was something else. He eased the cloth back, revealing a small, carved figure, a bear, worn smooth from years of handling. Hanley remembered Emily saying Daniel had whittled it for Jacob on his 7th birthday, telling him, "No matter where you are, this bear will bring you home." The eagle screeched again, circling above, but Hanley didn't move, because beneath the bear, wedged deep in the woven sticks, he saw the glint of metal, the silver whistle. It shouldn't have been there. Emily had given it to Hanley yesterday morning. He'd clipped it to his belt before the climb. Now, the cord was frayed and the clasp broken, as if it had been pulled free. A cold wave ran through him. Someone, or something, had been up here after him, and they'd put the whistle in the nest. Hanley stuffed the Baron hat into his pack, his pulse hammering. He had enough to prove this wasn't just an accident. The Carters had made it here, or been brought here, before the end. But as he began the slow climb down, the air shifted. A whisper of movement in the trees below, a figure, watching from the shadows. By the time Hanley reached the ground, it was gone. Only the faint echo of a whistle carried on the wind. 3 short blasts, then silence. When Emily opened her door later that night, Hanley placed the hat and bear into her hands. She didn't speak, just held them, her shoulders trembling. Somewhere high above the valley, an eagle cried into the darkness. And whatever had happened on that cliff, the mountains weren't done with their secret. Thanks for watching. Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. Also, don't forget to subscribe to Storyboat for daily upcoming stories like this.
When 27-year-old Maya Kapoor failed to check in from her carefully planned solo camper trip in 2014, her father knew something terrible had happened to his independent daughter. Search teams scoured miles of wilderness for weeks, but found nothing. No tracks, no discarded gear, no sign of a struggle. It was as if she'd stepped into the trees and simply vanished. Then, 8 years later, a teenager fishing in a shallow cove spotted a flash of yellow beneath the glassy surface, something heavy and waterlogged that didn't belong there. What they hauled up, a sodden yellow sleeping bag, and the thing wrapped inside it, left investigators staring at evidence that simply wouldn't fit the story they thought they knew. Before continuing this amazing story, let us know where are you watching from today. If you like this story, don't forget to subscribe, because tomorrow we have another special story for you. Let's begin our story. Maya left on a Thursday morning. The air was bright, the sky over the highway washed in early autumn blue. A cool breeze carried the smell of damp leaves as she loaded the last of her gear into the back of her camper. Maya Kapoor was 27. 5'7", lean from years of hiking, with a braid that reached the middle of her back. In the driveway, her father watched her work, sipping coffee that had already gone lukewarm in his hand. The yellow sleeping bag went in last, rolled tight, cinched with 2 straps, a small tag sewn to the edge with her initials stitched in careful thread. She'd had it since college. It had been with her on every trip that mattered. She told her father the plan again, even though he already knew it. 3 nights, solo camping in the Ridgeback Wilderness. She'd drive up to the trailhead, hike the Western Loop, and return by Sunday night. She promised to send a check-in message every 48 hours from her satellite tracker. He nodded, but his eyes followed her hands as she tightened the straps on the pack. Little movements stuck in his memory. The way she leaned her weight into the pull, the soft click of the buckle. Years later, those same movements would replay in his mind in sharper detail than the rest of that morning. The camper door slammed. The sound echoed down the quiet street. She leaned out the driver's side, smiled, and held up 2 fingers in a peace sign, the same way she always did when leaving on a trip. He lifted his coffee in reply. They didn't hug. It wasn't that kind of goodbye. The taillights flared. The camper turned the corner, shrinking to a blur behind the last row of houses. In the driveway, Ravi Kapoor stood with his mug cooling in his hands, telling himself it was only 3 days. Across the street, a neighbor's dog barked twice. The sound faded into the steady hum of morning traffic until all that was left was the soft tick of cooling metal from where the camper had been. Later, he would remember how quiet the street felt, like the space between two breaths, and how that yellow sleeping bag, bright, ordinary, harmless, was the last thing he ever saw her carry. What none of them knew was that it would take 8 years for it to surface again, and when it did, it wouldn't be her inside. The last photo of Maya was taken at a gas station 2 hours north of home. She's standing beside the camper, one boot on the running board, sunglasses pushed up into her hair. Her phone rests in her left hand. In her right, the rolled yellow sleeping bag, like she'd just taken it out to rearrange the gear. The midday sun washes her in a pale glare, softening the sharp edges of the picture. The timestamp reads 11:42 a.m., September 18th, 2014. The receipt for her gas fill-up matches it exactly. Inside the store, a camera caught her paying for a bottle of water and a packet of almonds. She smiled at the cashier. No sign of stress, no hint of what was coming. The cashier remembered her later, not for what she bought, but for what she said. She'd asked if there was anywhere nearby to get a paper map of the Ridgeback trails. Her GPS wasn't loading the satellite overlay. The cashier pointed her toward a rack by the front door. She picked up a folded topographic map, slid it between her arm and the sleeping bag, and left. 2 hours after that photo, her satellite tracker pinged from the Ridgeback Trailhead parking lot. That was the first check-in. The second check-in never came. Ravi Kapoor didn't see the gas station photo until a week later. By then, her camper had been found locked and empty. The keys were still in the ignition. He studied that picture for hours. His finger traced the strap on the sleeping bag over and over until the fabric in the photo felt more real than the one sitting in the garage. Detectives examined the timestamp, the receipt, the footage. They spoke to every customer in the store that day. No one had followed her out. No one had noticed anything strange. Just a young woman on her way into the wilderness, carrying a sleeping bag that would, for some reason, spend 8 years underwater. The gas station camera caught her driving away. It did not catch what followed her. The Ridgeback Trailhead sits at the end of a narrow gravel road, forest on both sides, no houses, no cell service. Maya's camper arrived there at 2:17 p.m., according to the trailhead camera. It was parked in the far corner, angled toward the exit. She opened the side door, leaned in, and pulled out her pack. Yellow sleeping bag strapped tight on top. Hiking poles tucked into the side mesh. The ranger who later reviewed the footage noticed how she paused before closing the door. One hand on the frame, looking toward the start of the trail, like she was gauging the weather or listening for something in the trees. Then she shouldered the pack, stepped onto the trail. The camera caught her for exactly 9 seconds before she disappeared into the tree line. That was the last confirmed sighting. When search teams arrived 3 days later, the camper was still there, keys in the ignition. Driver's seat pushed back, as if she'd been sitting in it with the door open. On the passenger seat, the folded map from the gas station. Trails marked in faint pencil. Small circles drawn around 2 backcountry campsites. In the back, her cooking gear and extra clothes were stacked neatly, but the pack and the yellow sleeping bag were gone. Ravi Kapoor stood inside the camper while deputies dusted for prints. He reached up, touched the sleeping shelf above the driver's cab. Maya used to stash her bag there on long trips. The space was empty, too empty. Detectives swept the surrounding parking lot for tire marks. They found 2 sets, Maya's and one other set they couldn't match. A local hiker told them a dark SUV had been parked near the trailhead that weekend. No plate number, no description of the driver, just an SUV, and a yellow sleeping bag no one would see again until it rose out of the water almost a decade later. By the time the alarm went up, she was already 48 hours overdue. The ranger station got the call from Ravi Kapoor at 8:12 a.m. Monday morning. Within 2 hours, 4 deputies and a pair of volunteer searchers were at the Ridgeback Trailhead. They started with the loop she'd planned, a 17-mile circuit through dense pine and cedar with 2 backcountry campsites marked on her map. The first campsite was empty, fire pit cold, ground undisturbed except for 1 set of boot prints leading in, then out again. The size matched hers. At the second site, they found a scrap of waxed paper from an energy bar. Same brand she'd bought at the gas station. No tint, no pack, no yellow sleeping bag. Searchers spread out in teams of 3. One man called out her name every 10 steps. Another marked trees with bright orange tape. Robbie walked with a deputy along the ridgeline. He scanned the ground automatically, eyes catching on any flash of color. Once, his heart kicked. A flicker of yellow in the underbrush. But it was just a clump of aspen leaves, damp from the morning rain. By sunset, they'd covered 12 miles of trail. The helicopter circled twice before turning back toward the ranger station. Night settled over the ridgeback. Temperature dropped fast. Mist curled between the trees. At the trailhead, the camper sat exactly as they'd found it. Inside, Robbie sat in the driver's seat, both hands on the steering wheel, staring out at the dark road. Somewhere in those woods was his daughter. And somewhere with her was that yellow sleeping bag, rolled tight, cinched with straps, initials stitched in the fabric. The next morning, a deputy knocked on the camper window. They'd found something. It wasn't her. It was wedged between 2 river stones, half buried in silt, the label peeling, the cap missing. A volunteer found it just after 9 a.m. on the second day of searching. He'd been walking the edge of Cedar Run, a fast-moving stream that cuts diagonally through the ridgeback loop. The bottle was the same brand Maya bought at the gas station. Still faintly smelled of plastic and the sharp tang of river water. Deputies photographed it in place. Gloved hands lifted it free, turned it over in the sun, checked for teeth marks, scratches, anything that might suggest it had been carried by an animal. Nothing. The base was clean except for a faint MK in black permanent marker, her habit for anything she took on trips. Robbie was standing 10 feet away when they told him. He didn't say anything at first, just reached out, fingertips brushing the damp plastic like it might still be warm from her hand. The riverbank here was steep. Water surged cold and fast, churning over moss-dark stones. A misplaced step could drop someone waist-deep in seconds. Searchers worked upstream, eyes sweeping for more debris. Food wrappers, scraps of fabric, the glint of a metal cup. They found nothing. Downstream, the river bent hard to the east and disappeared into a gully too narrow for the search teams to walk. They'd need ropes to check further. That would take another day. Detectives logged the bottle as likely hers. They didn't log it as evidence of an accident. Not yet. That afternoon, they widened the search grid. A canine unit brought in from the county picked up a scent near the second campsite, then lost it halfway to the river. The handler thought it might mean she'd left the trail there, or been carried. Robbie spent the evening pacing between the camper and the ranger's truck. Each time he passed the open evidence case, his eyes locked on that bottle, as if staring hard enough might pull the rest of her gear out of the woods. And in his mind, behind every image of the bottle, was the yellow sleeping bag, rolled, strapped, waiting somewhere. At sunset, the lead detective took him aside. A hiker, 2 valleys over, had reported something strange the day after Maya vanished. It wasn't a body. It was something else, something bright. The hiker's name was Dale Benton, 59, retired electrician, the kind of man who logged every backcountry mile in a spiral-bound notebook. He'd been on the eastern slope the morning after Maya vanished. Fog still low enough to bead on his beard. Air sharp with that mineral smell rivers give off before sunrise. Around mile 3, he'd stopped to adjust his pack straps. That's when he saw it, a bright flash through the pines, down in a narrow drainage. Looked yellow, he told deputies, not leaf yellow, fabric yellow. Detectives had him walk them to the spot. It took 2 hours along switchback trails slick with pine needles. The drainage was a steep cut in the hillside, shaded and damp. At the bottom, they found the source of the color. A tarp. Not a sleeping bag, a heavy-duty builder's tarp, crumpled and stiff with dried mud. The yellow was faded, almost ochre, and torn along one edge. Dale swore it hadn't been there the week before. He even flipped through his notebook for proof, a neat entry for that same trail, noting no obstructions, clean runoff. The tarp looked like it had been dragged. Snags along one side matched the spacing of small saplings on the slope above. Deputies lifted it carefully, expecting, not quite knowing, what they'd see underneath. But there was nothing, just damp soil, a few pale beetles scurrying from the light. Still, they bagged it. Fabric can hold scent for months, sometimes years. The K9 unit gave it a brief sniff, then turned away. No alert. Ravi stood at the top of the drainage, hands in the pockets of his jacket. The way the tarp caught the light in places made it hard not to imagine the sleeping bag. His sleeping bag, the one she'd used on every trip since she was 17. For a moment, he let himself picture it, yellow canvas breaking the surface of the lake, water sliding off in sheets, straps still buckled. But the tarp went into storage at the county evidence locker, marked Item 14. And just like that, Dale Benton's bright flash became another dead end. That night, Ravi unfolded her last topo map on the camper's table. He traced the trail from the parking lot to where the tarp was found. His fingers stopped halfway between the 2 points, a blank stretch of terrain with no official campsites. In that blank space, something caught the search team's attention. Not color, sound. It was mid-afternoon when the sound first carried up the ridge. A dull, rhythmic thump, spaced just enough to make the deputies pause mid-step. They were moving through what the topo map called Sector C, a tangle of wind-thrown pine, deadfall stacked like pickup sticks, and gullies that swallowed you in shadow even at noon. The lead searcher raised a hand. Everyone froze. The thump came again. 3 beats this time, then silence. One of the volunteers cupped a hand around his ear. "You hear that?" They waited. No wind, no birds, the kind of stillness that settles after a predator moves through, or before a storm breaks. Then it came again, this time louder, followed by a hollow splash, like a log dropping into water. They moved toward it. Not fast. Too many hidden holes. Too many ways to turn an ankle here. At the bottom of the gully, they found the source. A stump, half submerged in a shallow pool. Every few minutes, water from a narrow feeder stream would spill over, push the stump just enough to make it pivot, then drop back into place with that hollow knock. It was nothing, just wood and water doing what they'd done for years, but the sound had carried far enough to make them realize something else. This pool fed into a wider channel, and that channel bent west toward the part of Ridgeback no one had searched yet. One of the deputies took a knee, dipped his fingers into the current, cold enough to make him hiss. He straightened and looked at the others. If she went in upstream. Nobody finished the sentence. They didn't have to. They marked the location with GPS and orange tape, then called it in. The commander at base camp agreed. They'd expand west in the morning. That night, Ravi sat alone in the camper. The map lay open on the table, a mug of untouched coffee cooling beside it. His thumb traced the blue line of that channel. He thought of her habits on trips. She always camped near water if she could, always zipped the sleeping bag all the way up to her chin, always kept it rolled tight when she wasn't in it, straps crossed, initials facing up. He imagined it now, caught on some submerged branch, fabric darkened by silt, but still yellow under the grime. When he closed his eyes, the sound from the gully replayed in his head. Knock, 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 splash. The next morning, the search team started at dawn. 2 deputies took the northern bank of the channel, 2 took the south. The rest moved in a staggered sweep through the brush, calling her name every 30 steps. An hour in, one of the southern bank deputies spotted something tangled in a root system, a strip of nylon. It was pale from sun and water, maybe 2 inches wide. Could have been anything. Tent fly, rain jacket, backpack strap. They eased it free. The cut was clean, like from a blade. No fray, no tear. They bagged it and logged the coordinates. Then they kept moving. By midday, the teams had covered nearly 3 miles of shoreline without another find. But the channel widened here, its banks dropping steep into darker, deeper water. A heron rose from the shallows as they approached, its wings silent, but its shadow sliding over the surface. Ravi walked with the northern team now, his eyes scanning both bank and water. Every so often, something bright would flash beneath the surface. Sun glancing off a rock or a can left by another camper. Each time his pulse jumped before settling back. Mid-afternoon, a shout came from downstream, the kind of shout that pulled every head around. The southern bank team had found something lodged under a fallen tree, half in, half out of the water. It wasn't the sleeping bag. Not yet, but it was hers. A boot. The left one, laces still tied, tread packed with fine gray silt. Ravi crouched beside the deputy holding it. He reached out, fingers hovering just above the wet leather, then pulled back. "She always double-knotted," he said quietly. The find shifted the tone of the search. Now the chatter between team members dropped to near nothing. Every movement was deliberate. Every turn in the channel felt heavier. They kept going until the light began to fade. The channel widened further here, opening into a small basin ringed by reeds. Something about the way the water moved caught the lead searcher's eye. A slow, steady pull toward one corner, as if the lake itself were breathing. They marked the spot for divers. Tomorrow, they'd see what lay beneath. Ravi stayed at the water's edge until they made him leave. As he walked back to the truck, the boot was all he could see in his mind. And beside it, in the dark water, something larger, something yellow. Morning came gray and cold. The kind of cold that pressed its way under collars and cuffs, that carried the metallic smell of wet stone. At the basin's edge, the dive team unloaded their gear. 2 men, 1 woman, all in black neoprene that made them look more like shapes than people. They worked without chatter. One checked air tanks, another laid out lines and reels. The third knelt in the mud, running a hand along the lake surface like she was greeting it. Ravi stood back with the deputies. The boot sat on the tailgate of the truck, tagged and bagged. He kept glancing at it, not staring, just enough to remind himself why they were here. The reeds whispered in the wind. Somewhere across the basin, a single loon called once, then fell silent. The lead diver stepped forward. Mask on, regulator in. A nod to the tender, then she slipped into the water, smooth as if she'd been pulled. The lake swallowed her sound. Bubbles broke the surface in slow clusters. The reel line unspooled, bright orange against the dark water, and fed steadily from the tender's hands. 10 minutes. 15. The deputies scanned the water's surface, waiting for the signal. 1 hard tug if she found something, 2 if she was moving to a new sector. At minute 17, the line went slack, then 1 sharp pull. Everyone leaned forward. Bubbles surged up near the reeds. The diver broke the surface, mask already lifted, voice low but urgent. Got an object. Fabric. Tangled. She rolled onto her back, handed up a mesh evidence bag dripping lake water. Inside was a crumpled bundle the color of sun-bleached straw. Nylon. Thin. No zippers. Not the sleeping bag. It was a rainfly from a tent. The grommets along one side had rusted almost to dust. Ravi stepped closer. For a split second, before the diver's hand turned it, he'd seen yellow. His chest had tightened. Now he exhaled and stepped back. They logged the find, bagged it, sent the diver down again. The second diver entered from the opposite bank, moving along the channel mouth. He carried a camera rig that fed live images to a monitor on shore. On the screen, the water below was dark green, flecked with silt. Branches like pale arms reached from the silt bed. At one point, a shape appeared in the corner, rounded, soft-edged, impossible to size. The tender froze the frame, but a swirl of silt erased it before anyone could call it a lead. 2 more hours, 3 more objects, none of them hers. A rusted cookpot, a strip of canvas, half of a fishing rod. By midday, the divers surfaced together. They'd cleared the entire southern half of the basin. The northern half lay ahead. the side where the current pooled, slow and deliberate, under the overhang of leaning cedars. While the divers rested, Ravi walked the northern bank. Every few feet, he crouched, picked up a stick, tossed it into the water. He watched each one drift toward the same corner. In his head, he pictured her sleeping bag again, strapped, rolled, initials up, moving under that same pull. The lead diver joined him after lunch. "You see where that line of foam builds?" she asked, pointing with her chin. He nodded. "That's your collection point. Anything loose in this lake ends up there eventually. If she's in here, that's where she'll be." They re-entered at 1400 hours. One diver ran the perimeter, keeping a steady light along the silt wall. The other cut diagonally toward the foam line. The camera feed came up grainy. More debris here, more weeds drifting in the current. Then, at 45 minutes, the perimeter diver's light passed over something that didn't move with the weeds. A curve. Bright. The camera lingered. Silt drifted across, then cleared just enough. It was fabric. Yellow. The image was too tight to tell shape, but it was rounded, strapped. The diver's gloved hand entered the frame, brushing the silt away in slow arcs. And that's when the feed cut to static. The monitor flickered once, then again, and then nothing. Just a pale field of static, the kind that hums faintly if you lean close. The tender cursed under his breath, fingers already working the cables. "Signal loss," he called to the lead deputy. "Camera's still powered, but feed's dead." Ravi stepped up to the shoreline, scanning for any ripple, any burst of bubbles. Nothing moved out there except the foam line, folding over itself in slow loops. 2 minutes. 3. The northern bank was quiet. Even the loon from the morning had gone still. The tender switched to a backup screen. Black, no signal. Then yanked the headset mic to his mouth. "Surface. Surface." A hiss of static answered. 4 minutes. The second diver's bubbles appeared first, 20 yards east of the foam line. He pulled his regulator, shook his head. "Line's still taut. He's got contact down there," which meant the other diver hadn't surfaced and hadn't lost his tether. 5 minutes. The tender locked eyes with the deputy. "Going to emergency protocol?" A nod. The second diver went under again, finning hard in the direction of the foam line. His air trail cut straight, no hesitation. Ravi kept his gaze fixed on the spot where the bubbles had last been. His fingers dug into the canvas strap of his own field bag, knuckles whitening. 7 minutes. Movement broke the surface. A burst of bubbles, then 2 heads. The missing diver came up gasping, regulator half out, clutching something to his chest. He hauled it into the air, not high, just enough to break the waterline. Yellow. Darker from the water, but unmistakable. The tender reached for it, hands closing on sodden fabric. It was heavy. Water streamed from the folds, darkening the dirt at their feet. Ravi stepped closer. He knew that canvas weave, the double seam along the side, the buckle strap with the worn edge where she'd once caught it in a door. She'd folded it the same way every time, rolling from the foot up, tucking the pillow inside so it wouldn't flatten. His father's hands had shown her. Now his hands twitched, wanting to undo the straps, to see if the pillow was still there. But the deputy's voice cut through. "Bag it! Bag it now!" Gloved hands slid the bundle into a plastic sleeve, sealing it against the air. The divers climbed out, shivering despite the suits. "What else?" the deputy asked. The first diver shook his head. It was wedged between 2 logs, like it had been there a while. No other objects in reach. Bottom soft there. You sink if you stay too long. The tender stowed the evidence in a crate, locking it before loading it into the truck bed. Ravi's eyes stayed on it until the tailgate shut. It looked smaller now, sealed and dripping. But in his mind, it still lay across the camper's bench seat, bright against the dark upholstery. The deputies began packing up the site. Coiled lines, empty tanks, folded tarps. The air had shifted. Not relief, not yet, but a tightening. They'd found something real. By the time the trucks pulled away, the sun had dropped low enough to paint the lake in bronze. The foam line still moved, looping slow under the cedars. Ravi stayed until the last echo of the engines faded. Only then did he walk to the far edge of the northern bank, crouch, and let his fingers brush the water. Cold, still, hiding the rest of its story. The evidence lab smelled faintly of isopropyl. Bright light spilled from the ceiling in cold, white rectangles. The yellow sleeping bag lay in the center of a stainless steel table, sealed in its thick plastic sheath. Condensation had gathered along the inside. Droplets rolled slowly down, catching the light. The tech stood back for a moment, gloved hands still. This wasn't a quick job. Every layer mattered. Every movement could erase something invisible. Ravi stood behind the glass partition, headphones feeding him the faint buzz of the lab's air system. He'd been in rooms like this before, just never with something that belonged to her. The senior tech, Morgan, broke the seal with surgical scissors. Not one long cut, small, deliberate snips, pausing each time to steady the material. As the opening widened, the smell came first. Not rot, not fuel. A damp, earthy scent, like wet cedar, mixed with lake silt. Morgan slid the bag onto the table. The outer surface was darker than he remembered. Water had seeped deep into the fibers, leaving a faint tide line halfway up the roll. The strap buckle clinked against the table's edge. It was still closed. Morgan paused, eyes moving between the buckle and the intake log. Document the assistant snapped photos, top, side, close-up of the strap, close-up of the frayed edge where it had once caught in a door. Ravi's fingertips brushed the glass. He'd seen that fray 100 times in camp, seen her pinch it between her fingers and say she'd fix it next trip. Morgan unclipped the buckle. The sound was sharper than Ravi expected. She unrolled the bag slowly, each layer separating with a faint, sticky pull. Tiny beads of water clung to the fabric, trembling as they caught the light. Inside, the pillow was still there. Flattened, damp, the cotton cover stained darker in irregular shapes. Morgan didn't touch it yet. She studied the seams first, running a small flashlight along every line, looking for cuts, burns, or signs of stress. Halfway down, her light stopped. A faint, linear tear, no longer than a thumbnail. The fibers at the edge were feathered, not clean cut. She took another series of photos, then reached for a swab. The motion was precise. Twist, seal, label. The pillow came out next. As she lifted it, something shifted inside the bag. A faint metallic sound, muffled by the damp fabric. Morgan froze. Her assistant looked up. Ravi's breath caught. Morgan reached into the foot of the bag, fingers probing carefully. Then she drew her hand back, holding a small object in her palm. It was a zipper pull. Black enamel chipped at the edges. The cord was still looped through it, frayed at one end as if it had been torn free. Morgan held it to the camera, turning it under the light. The assistant bagged it separately, labeling it Item 14B. Ravi leaned closer to the glass. He didn't recognize the zipper pull. It wasn't from the sleeping bag. Morgan finished unrolling the bag entirely, flattening it so the inner lining was exposed. She scanned for stains, debris, insect casings, anything that could anchor the timeline. Near the head end, she found a smear of something pale, barely visible against the fabric. It could have been silt. It could have been something else entirely. Another swab, another sealed bag. The clock in the lab ticked over to 4:12 p.m. Morgan straightened, peeling off her gloves. "Forensics will run everything," she said to the deputy on the other side of the glass. "But the zipper pull, that's not standard issue on camping gear. Could be clothing, could be a bag." Ravi's eyes stayed on the yellow fabric, now limp and open on the table. It looked smaller somehow, less like the thing that had once wrapped her in warmth, more like an empty outline. The deputy turned to him. "Next step is cross-referencing that zipper with missing persons and gear databases. Might give us a manufacturer, a year, something to go on." Ravi nodded, but his mind was already somewhere else. He was replaying the metallic sound, the way it had been muffled inside the bag. If that zipper pull had been there all these years, what else was still lying at the bottom of that lake? The zipper pull was small, but it had weight. Not physical weight, informational weight. Morgan sent it to the gear database analysts the same afternoon it came out of the sleeping bag. By morning, they had something. A probable match. YKK pull, black enamel, used on a limited run of mid-range waterproof jackets between 2012 and 2015. Brand, North Point Outdoor. It wasn't a camping brand you saw everywhere. Small distribution. Sold mainly online and in a handful of regional outfitters. That made the search narrower and strangely promising. The model with that exact pull had been produced for 2 seasons only, and in its second year, a small outdoor forum had reviewed it. The techs pulled the archived page. The post was dated March 2014. Username, Granite Path. The review was long, methodical. Mentions of testing the jacket on solo trips and pushing further into remote areas this year. One photo in the post showed the jacket draped over a boulder. Background, pine forest, rocky stream bed. Nothing you could pin to a specific location, except for the faint outline of a ridge, blurred in the top left corner. Ravi leaned over the printout, tapping the ridge with one finger. She used to sketch that, said it looked like a sleeping dog. The detectives ordered a full scrape of Granite Path's posts. Most were about gear, trip reports, weather data. Nothing that directly tied to Maya. But one post stopped everyone cold. It was from April 21st, 2014, 4 days after Maya's last confirmed sighting. The username had posted in a thread about spring flooding in the high country. Lost some gear in a washout, it read. Yellow bag, among other things. Still got the jacket, though. Yellow bag. The phrase sat heavy on the page. Detective Soto, who'd been quiet most of the meeting, finally spoke. We tracked this account. The forum server was long defunct, but the data had been mirrored. The IP traces to a university server in Oregon. Soto and the tech team dug deeper. The account was linked to a student network login. Name, Eric Dalton. Dalton had graduated in 2015 with a degree in forestry. No criminal record. No missing person reports on him. They pulled his class schedule for the spring of 2014. During the week Maya disappeared, he'd been registered for 2 classes with no attendance records. On paper, it was nothing. But in the hall, Soto told Ravi quietly, forestry students. They go places most people don't. They know how to move through terrain. They found Dalton's last known address, a cabin property outside Eugene, leased until 2017. He hadn't renewed. The forwarding address was a P.O. box in Montana. Soto and a second detective drove out to the cabin site. The structure was empty. Inside, just dust, stacked paint cans, and a map tacked to the wall. The map was of the Cascades. In the margin, a series of faint pencil marks. Dates, trail names, small symbols. One symbol, a square with a dot in the center, repeated 3 times. The detectives didn't recognize it, but Ravi did. It was the way Maya marked base camps on her personal maps. Soto took photos, bagged the map. Back at the office, the marks lined up with 3 trailheads, 2 known, 1 unofficial. They put in a request for Dalton's financial history. While they waited, Soto had the tech team check all known purchases of the North Point jacket model in the state in early 2014. Dalton's name wasn't there, but his roommate's was. The theory tightened. Roommate buys jacket. Dalton uses it. Jacket pull ends up inside Maya's sleeping bag. By the 3rd day, financial records came back. Dalton's last major purchase before Maya's disappearance, a gas can, rope, and a box of contractor-grade trash bags from a hardware store in Bend. When confronted with the receipt over the phone, Dalton didn't hang up. He laughed once, short and dry. Then he said, "You're wasting your time." The call ended. The next morning, the university confirmed Dalton had been on an independent study trip in April 2014. Destination: remote alpine research site. No coordinates listed. For Soto, it was enough to push for a formal interview. But before they could serve the papers, something else landed on the desk. A message from the forum admin, an archived private message sent from Granite Path to another user. Time-stamped April 22, 2014. The subject line was blank. The body read, "If the lake ever drops, they'll know." The lake was low, record low. A dry winter, then a hotter than usual summer. The shoreline had receded almost 20 feet, exposing mudflats pocked with hoofprints from deer and elk. That's when the fisherman saw it. A shape, long and narrow, tangled in reeds just offshore. He thought it was a log. Then he saw the strap buckle. By the time the deputies arrived, the sun was dropping behind the ridge. The light caught the object in a way that made the color seem brighter than it should have been after 8 years in water. Yellow. Not tarp yellow, not leaf yellow. Sleeping bag yellow. They worked it free slowly, the mud releasing it in heavy sucking sounds. A heron lifted off nearby, its wings loud in the still air. On the bank, Ravi stood very still, hands loose at his sides. No camera, no notes, just watching. The bag's fabric was stiff, coated with a layer of fine silt, but the straps were still buckled. The pull tabs, one missing, were caked but intact. They laid it flat on a clean tarp. When they unzipped it, the smell came first. A deep, stagnant odor of long-sealed water and organic decay. Inside, sediment, pine needles, 2 small stones. And at the very bottom, pressed into the lining, a patch of dark fabric with a frayed seam. North Point jacket lining. They photographed it in place, then bagged it. Chain of custody logged, evidence tagged. Back at the station, the lab team confirmed it. Same model as the jacket linked to the zipper pull. Same production run. Fibers matched the sample taken from the cabin map tacks. The sleeping bag itself had damage near the foot. A long tear. Edges smooth as if cut by a blade, rather than frayed by wear. The lead tech, looking up from the table, said, "This wasn't dropped, it was placed." The message from Granite Path played in Soto's head. If the lake ever drops, they'll know. She ran the timeline again. Dalton's research trip, the weather patterns that year, the position of the lake relative to the unofficial trailhead marked on the cabin map. Every variable pulled the point tighter. Dalton had access. Dalton had knowledge. Dalton had the window, but no direct witness, no body. They went to Montana with a search warrant. Dalton's P.O. box was empty. The postmaster hadn't seen him in over a year. Neighbors at his last listed address said he kept to himself, worked odd seasonal jobs, left suddenly one fall, and never came back. One neighbor remembered something else, a yellow tarp in the back of his truck. Back in the evidence locker, the original tarp found by Dale Benton sat on a high shelf. Under the fluorescence, its faded color looked almost the same as the sleeping bags after 8 years underwater. Almost. Ravi visited the lake the next morning. He walked to the edge where the bag had been pulled from the reeds, kneeled down, pressed his palm flat against the damp earth. It was cool to the touch. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine her here. Not in the moment she vanished, but earlier, the way she had been in the last photo, smiling, the yellow bag rolled tight under one arm. The ripples on the lake surface reflected a fractured sky. Somewhere under that water, there were still things that hadn't surfaced. Soto called him that night. No arrest yet. No confirmed location for Dalton. Just one new lead. The forum account Granite Path had logged in once from a public library computer in Wyoming. 3 weeks ago. Ravi didn't ask what the post said. He already knew. Something short, something meant to be found later. The kind of thing you'd write if you were still out there. Watching. Thanks for watching this story. Let us know your opinions about this story in the comment section. See you soon in the next story.